Oh my goodness. And something I thought I had totally resolved last time is apparently messed up again, so give me a shout if you can't hear the game audio. You should be able to, but yeah. Alright, so I'm back, and we are going to start GAA2 Resolve Episode 2, Mount Wars of the Clouded Kokoro. So we have more Natsume Soseki to look forward to. What the heck? There's the second crime that Soseki got tied up with. See, we have the Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro, now we have the Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. What the heck happened here? Let's see. Episode 2. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved.
Yeah, we did it.
But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern exchange student from his harrowing plight than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night.
That very night? Are you serious?
I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day.
Well, I can't. Apparently nobody mentioned it.
The Department of Death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas.
Wait.
Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
Hello? Excuse me. My name? Oh, Ryunosuke's back! Let's go! My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer, just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law. Having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale which was now about to awaken from slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. Hello? What? Oh, is this the current day? And this is the letter he's about to retrieve from Susato? And that's gonna make him remember? Okay. Oh my god, Susato! Yeah, this has gotta be because Susato's desk is empty, which is making me sad. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I'd better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Yep, here we go. We're back. Oh, Runo, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprise this morning. Shh! Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could just be the abstruse thing from my pre-breakfast stagnation repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. So that's... Sir, personal space. The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have this very morning met with a surprise. You just said that. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. What? By you? What? What were you two getting up to? Hurley pulled your button off? Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped! Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring.
But Hurley, Bruno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning.
Well, that really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire. The famous consulting detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name.
All right then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it gets cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend.
And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes is published in Ranced magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Ah, well, I received a letter from Japan.
Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it? Really?
That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast.
Oh yes, what fun!
This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning by international post.
Oh, how lovely! Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it.
And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case.
Ah, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful?
A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. Wow, thanks. Oops. How did that happen? I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in a trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Wow. Of course you do. We helped the man twice. You know, in those two cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, Ah, the mustache twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache.
He didn't have two mustaches, Hurley.
Yes, who could forget those two cases? They made quite a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. So, what was this startling news penned by Miss Susato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely certain that a case of that nature did not occur. Oh my god. He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Miss Susato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago, for what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh? On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Miss Susato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram.
Oh! That case, yes! It was very strange, wasn't it?
Yes.
And I had compiled the whole story in a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. Then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, he said, very mysteriously as well.
Just like the Hounds of the Baskervilles, huh? What the hell is going on here? Really? I said that. Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Miss Susato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return— 4 mouths ago? Typo detected. That she had to return to Japan?
It's been 4 months ago now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan.
Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No. It just said he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse.
A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that?
I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that, I wonder what Miss Susato's father is hiding.
Hurley, do you know what it's all about?
He's suddenly all dressed up. Well, who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris?
I will, Hurley, don't worry. See you later.
He scuttled off rather quickly there, suspicious. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. I agree. Soseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes.
Aha! I found them at last.
Iris, are they...
The notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Bruno?
Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. But perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light.
That's the spirit.
And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. Because, of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. What? Excuse me, why? Because of the... Wait. Was that your punishment for being revealed that you, defended a killer? The Mr. McGilded thing, was that it? Hello? Ah! It was 6 months ago. A mysterious incident that unfolded in the wintry streets of London. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick, and nobody saw her attacker, but... by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Soseki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato-san and I had decided to represent Soseki-san in court. And, after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bart's at once. So Susato-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. February 21st, 5:30 a.m., St. Bartholomew's Hospital, Recovery Ward. The Barts! St. Bartholomew's Hospital. All right. So if it's February, that means it's August currently. So quite a bit of time has passed. Oh my god, there's a giant rat. Look at that. What a beautiful hospital. So yes, it's August in the current day, but in this memory it's February. Oh right, yeah. Exactly. Because it was summer in Japan last time. Do we get to meet her? There you are at last! Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh! You're late! What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I've been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. And feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one for you. So it's very early, I see. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. Yay! I've wanted to meet her this whole time. There she is! Are you feeling better? You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with the knife in her back. Her name is... Ah, yes, here we are. Miss Green. Olive Green, right? Yay, I've been wanting to meet Miss Green. Eek! A mouse, Mr. Naruhodo! An enormous mouse! Vermin in a hospital? That doesn't seem the best. But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking. That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. A change of clothes, no doubt, and... No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. The young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. Good morning. Hello, I'm, Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Oh no, was it your knife that... Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. And I'm Susato Mikotoba. Pleased to meet you. Oh no, was it your knife then? Are you the one? No, I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you'd regained consciousness and wanted to come give you our best wishes. Best wishes? For me? Thank you. I'm Olive. Olive Green. I'm an artist. Oh, you're an artist? That's wonderful. Well, no, not right. That's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. Olive! No wonder I was stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. I know, she's so relatable. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. Oh, she's got little paintbrushes. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green. It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time. But the case has been solved, hasn't it? While I've been here in the hospital, I mean. Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly, by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. Oh, I see. Me coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. Girl, why is she so relatable? Oh no! We're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. We really are. With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? Oh no! Oh, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really. At the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my! An Academy of Fine Arts! Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts? Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. I see. How very interesting. Is it her lodgings that are haunted? Oh no. Is it? Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Center. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in those by those of inferior means. Including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. He was innocent. Inferior means, I suppose Soseki-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all. What's this? She suddenly clammed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs. Ah! Oh, dear me, do forgive me. If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things. Oh yes, of course, we won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? Oh, I don't think that's decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe. Used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses. Really? It's not exactly what you call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? My, Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart. Not in the least, I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. Is there a Mr. Naru Fodder here? Mr. Naru Fodder? Narrow Fodder now? Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but... Ah, Mr. Narrow Fodder, good. This is for you. It's a message from a Mr. Saucy Nutsmeg. Soseki Natsume? Saucy Nutsmeg? Oh, funny. Mr. Natsume sent a message for me? But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly. What's going on? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time of morning? Ah, what are you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, because you stole it. No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Murder? Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That will be entirely convenient. Convenient? What do you mean? It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Wait, what? A fiacre? At once! I have no idea what all of these vehicles are. Oh my god. It was only yesterday that Soseki-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. Yeah, nobody said in the first game something happened this fast afterwards. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address. He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. Oh dear. February 21st, 7:18 a.m. Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. Jesus. Wait. Where the hell is he? Oh my god, it's that guy! I was like, why did the Shakespeare guy never come back up? Or that guy with the hat? And it was because they were gonna show up in the second game. They really had everything planned out from the start for the first and second game. Holy shit. The Shakespeare guy is dead. Right, right, he was living in the same building. And they never came back up. Oh my god. What on earth? Oh my, the gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead. I never got to see that guy say more than one Shakespearean line. I'm so upset. Look, I'm student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Mr. Natsume! Oh, why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up to the next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. Willful worm without wiggle. I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Ah! Not the horrible hairlock Sholmes. Shoo! Shove off! Show yourself to the door! I never invited you! Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I am entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? Here they are, already, the busybodies. Oh, Inspector Gregson, what a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes. Ha! I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. I was waiting for that. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything. Or good morning to you too, Sunshine. Oh, great. Guess we should talk to Gregson first. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shamspear. Oh my god. I knew he was Shakespearean, but William Shamspear? I can't. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss as it happens, or just dead. Mr. Shamspear? It was the landlord, old Mr. Garadeb, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. The fellow didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garadeb got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Garadeb have a bad leg? Ah, yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? Soseki-san? The victim was pretty hard up, it seems. Even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Yeah, there's that guy with the flat cap. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. So what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fellow looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious, but I thought it'd be prudent to take a statement from the the cohabiter. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh dear. Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? Poor man. How unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fellow's been a goner that long. The body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. Damn, okay then. Oi, I said hands off. You're gonna mess up my crime scene. Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance. I know you're kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it. Someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Ah! All right, it sounds like I'd better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor. Well, I need to do something else then. Oi, I said hands off. Okay, okay. Let's talk to Soseki. What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences! So the victim lived here on the ground floor and your room is just one story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So did you know the victim? Were you friends? What's the matter with Soseki-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he ever invite me to his room? Never! On my honor, I swear it! What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Through that inspector over there! Oh my god, there he... Look, there... Oh, there he is! You're posing, are you, my boy? Mr. Sholmes? What are you doing? Ha! You need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. Wow, thanks. My goodness! But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes? Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I've managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? No, don't mind me! Forget I was here! You're even twitchier than normal. And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Poison again. Nonsense! All right, Mr. Natsume, what are you reacting so extremely? Why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No, please pretend I'm not here! Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. But of course. Let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise for Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Let's go. 1. Cause of death. Oh, he looks so sad. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, as you will observe, butter. 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is this soap set so purposely upon this dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. The fork reveals the answer. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by the poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Though personally, I have greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. Wow. Incredible. Amazing. Poisoning from soap ingestion, obviously, of course, perfect. Topic 2, suicide or murder. Suicide by eating soap, okay. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish. However, certainly, the careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. No, because that's from kicking down the door, right? Though forced open now, at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap, from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. I don't know about that, my guy. Conclusion, no possible perpetrator present. Thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction. Stella, what is it? There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You are disposed to identifying the just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary! In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. Sholmes, Sholmes? You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. No. No, Sholmes, no, don't do it. And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilt the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. Oh my god. Sholmes! The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Yeah, and wasn't soap back then made of like lye and stuff? Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. There's something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. Ah! I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deductions touched a nerve somehow. Nonsense! Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in at an obtuse angle. That's a good metaphor for it. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. All right then, let's see what we can do. Yes, we must pick out the key words in Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place. In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise for Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Cause of death, poisoning from soap ingestion. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Uh-oh. But it's not from eating soap. 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful, indubitably. Why, this soap is set so perfectly upon the dish. Like the victim's last supper, in fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer, huh? Well, you can't deny that a fork implies the man was eating something or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than to attempt it with chopsticks. And of course, only half of the bar of soap is left on the plate. That's a giant frickin' bar of soap. But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap. Let's examine it. Do you think he was drinking tea with his soap? The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing. Ah, how about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water, and he was dissolving soap in it so he could gulp down as much as possible. No! Please remember that he may not actually have been the soap lover that he's been made out to be. Wait. That's the other half of the soap. Look, there's more soap on the floor here. Mr. Shamspear must really have loved the stuff. Let's not jump to conclusions, Mr. Naruhodo. Look closely at the soap. You see that it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table. What the? How can that be? I think that they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart. Is that the one I'm looking for? I feel like it's gotta be. Alright, I just... Oh, what's... Oh, I can't examine that. That's just a scarf, I guess. Alright, let's reveal the other piece of soap.
Take that!
Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. The other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. But it's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap, said the man who attempted to eat soap and threw up everything. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. Wow. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the not quite. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument, then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it? If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. But there are no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? I know. I figured he got killed by the teacup, right?
Take that!
Yes, the victim's life was claimed by the poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. Poison in the tea. Solved. All right, next one. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's Last Supper. Did the man dine and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. No. The Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's always featured heavily in our deductions so far. It's already featured heavily in our deductions so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamspeare was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggest it. There's more to this deduction than it seems. We must closely examine the scene of the crime again for some more clues. All right, let's see. Oh, there's another teacup.
Take that!
Did the man dine and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were 2 teacups in this room all along. In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's Last Supper, there was a guest present. At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in this room last night taking the tea with the victim. What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable! To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know exactly who was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock, huh? I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap. But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. Glasses? No. Pile of books. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read The Picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, and A Meal for Gaboriau. Wow, those sound familiar. It's almost like those were Soseki's books. Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but they're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed, Soseki-san had just been to a bookshop and bought them, that's right. And now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yet Mr. Natsume claims to have never been here before. What? What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. Pile of familiar books.
Take that!
Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so, it's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's the link to the truth. Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a second-hand bookshop. That's just a coincidence? In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment. No, never, non-negotiable! You can't bring your own copies here. It proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there is only one possible conclusion. Victim died here in his room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor... Stella, come on. You're interrupting the great deduction. Was you, Mr. Soseki Natsume? Stella, not the mic stand. This concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes's great deduction. Stella, my microphone, please. Ah! Soseki Natsume at the scene, solved. Deduction complete. Elementary. Oh. Stella, please. Why? I apologize for my cat causing some audio interference. Not again! Not again! Not again! Not again! Well then, Mr. Natsume. It would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard. Again. Wait! Hold your horses! Yes? Door, key, locked, entry, exit, entirely impossible. He's so flustered he's being even stranger than normal. What, you think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? You live in the same building after all. You'd have plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. But... Mystery me! Sorry, sir, you'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache. You horrible hairlock Sholmes! He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Shouldn't we stop them? Come on now, no dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but... You have to help me! Please! I'm innocent! Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. Oh, yes? My poor little kitty cat. Please give him this breakfast for me. Wagahai. Oh, this is more like when we get Wagahai. Yay. I thought there was a bit of gap in information there. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken. Soseki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. It wasn't murder last time though, it was a stabbing. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective again. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. True. It was more Ryunosuke's fault this time. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. Poor Soseki. It's like y'all used him. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. Ah, and of course... What? Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garadeb, who discovered Mr. Shamspear. Ah, Mr. John Garadeb, yes. I expect we could find him in his sitting room at the top floor as usual. Right, we must remember to go and talk to him later then. Goodness gracious. You know, Soseki's unlucky, but I think the Garadebs are also a special brand of unlucky. Having these two incidents happen within days of each other, and the first one was actually the Garadeb's fault. Alright, I'm gonna take a little break. I think I need to have a proper lunch and maybe see if I can appease the cat so she can give me some more peace. And then we will go investigate. So until then, have this one of the best tracks in the game. Fill your ears, and I will be back. So, don't touch that dial. No, I'm just kidding. I'll be back. Alright, thank you for your patience. I've got some depressingly cold coffee, but hopefully the caffeine will help me perk up, and I've got some yogurt again to snack on, but that means the cat's probably not gonna leave me alone. Because she's a dairy hound, so she'll probably keep trying to get at it. But hey, we have a murder to investigate. And poor Soseki, they just like didn't stop him from getting arrested at all. Poor guy. Alright. Oh, the poor man. So young to die. You supposed it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was? It could very well have been. I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder. Do you think that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help a British soul? Sorry? I made sure that I had reference at the ready for just such an occasion as this, actually. You knew, like, as an ace attorney lawyer team, you guys had, such a high chance of being present for a freaking murder. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. Oh, great. I'll just reread it now. One moment. There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? It's rather long, huh? Ah, one of the teacups that Mr. Shamspear and his guest drank from last night. Don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's bitter poison inside. Yeah, but Natsume seems okay. Oh! Skiskiski! You're here! Hello! Trivia time. Something related to all of this. Teacups. I remember I already did the bone china trivia at a different time. Let me think. Alright, trivia time. Black tea generally has the most caffeine of, like, the common types of tea you might have at tea time. So those British didn't eat coffee for a real long time because the black tea would give them enough of a kick, I guess. I don't know. Oh wait, that's another thing. Coffee houses were kind of seen as with suspicion in Britain and other parts of Europe for a long time because it was a place where young men would gather and, you know, talk of the revolution and things like that. So coffee was a lot, was kind of like associated with civil unrest for a lot, and people were like coming up with all sorts of ways it's actually bad for you and things like that. So there, that's some trivia. I'm not planning on drinking any. I like tea. I like tea too, ski. Maybe I should make some later because of how much Soseki's voice is gonna work on my vocal cords. Anyway, good to see you. Anyway, the cups are both empty. Oh, that's... Ryunosuke said that. That's true. So one was Mr. Shamspear's, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. But Soseki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can examine them in more detail later. Yay! The one with the green line was Natsume's. Oh. Well, I'm glad they were different so we can tell them apart. And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind. Ah, this is a gas meter, I think. Was he gassed to death? It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. Ah, I see. Yes, now that you've pointed it out, I can see that there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. So you mean if you'd put a coin in here? That's right. That would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. That's fucked up. So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold? Yes, or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. That's fucked up. So who collects the money, Mr. Gyaradev? Oh, he had pajama bloomers. Look at these extravagant, bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room with its grim, shady goings-ons. This one looks like a king's attire. King? I've always dreamt of being a king. Really? Oh, I think you'd be more suited to a feudal lord, a daimyo or such like. With a chonmage top knot? Every Japanese man wishes he had chonmage. Does he? Does he wish he was bald? Oh, you'd look wonderful with one, and you already have the sword. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a chonmage and a sword? You would probably get gawked at a lot. There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked. Yes, not much use, are they? What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. Oh, his wine bottle, he just like fucking tosses it into the gallery. Prosecutor Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste and he should donate some to the needy. You can suggest it next time we meet. Oh my god. He sure does like to waste his wine glasses, doesn't he? This is a gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall. Wow, that seems like a fire hazard. Yeah, that's a lot of gas pipes there on the wall, huh? Gas lights, a gas stove? London really is a city of gas. But now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Gyaradev had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. Well, I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it? Where does the audience sit, though, for the nightly Shakespeare performances? Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? Then you could practice your art every single day. You're pointing and slamming the desk? I'll think about it if you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. Well, if that would help you achieve your goal. This I have to see. Oh my god. Well, Susato pretending to be a young male lawyer seemed to go over well. Maybe she's got potential as like Santa Claus judge. I think that's about it in this room. There was like that scarf over there, but we're not really looking at it, huh? Is that it? I guess. Oh, the window? Yeah, the window. As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay. What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. Thank you, Rowan! Yes, that guy is dead. He's dead. He got poisoned, and apparently Soseki was in the room with him. So, Soseki got arrested again. Not again, I know. This poor man, I know. Thank you for resubscribing, Rowan. I really appreciate it. Also, Rowan, just so you know, I just spent an entire week with a baby, like a literal baby named Ronan. So if I mix up the two, I'm sorry. I had to work so hard not to call the baby Rowan a bunch of times. And so now I've got to work on not calling you Ronan. So that was you. You're the baby. I mean, making people pay for the numbers of windows they had in their property, it's extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Yeah, it fucking sucks. Oh, what is it, Miss Susato? If you look closely... Did Susato get her friend off? Yes, she did. A number of bricks are loose. Oh, that's gonna be relevant. Soap? Why is there soap in there? Oh, yes, looks as though an amateur has broken out a few of them just here. Was Mr. Shamspear who did it? Yeah, so the victim's name is William Shamspear. Being the lodger renting this room. Oh, look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. On the outside, there's a little ledge. And there's something on it. What? Outside? It's soap. Whoa, it's so cold outside. You can feel it through this gap. It did snow all last night. It would be cold. But more importantly, what is on the ledge out there? What is it on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? Soap! It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? Good question. I have no idea. But the pair of them look rather charming like that. Oh my god. Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window? I think perhaps we should take one. There are two, after all. Oh dear, I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at the soap. Ah. Do you see in the middle there? There's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but some sort of fancy design, I suppose, only in Great Britain. It looks like the Hinomaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. It's probably a very expensive brand. It's gotta be opium. Were they hiding opium in soap? Expensive? Then what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? A bar of soap. You actually don't know what opium looks like? Hang on, okay. So Rowan, what's going on is that, opium can be a liquid, solid, or powder, but most poppy straw concentrate is available commercially as a fine brownish powder. Oh my god, is it opium? It could be. Holy shit. Is that how Mr. Shamspear was trying to make money because he couldn't get any money through acting? Oh my god. I guess we'll find out. But yeah, what happened yesterday was, it was the reporter who was like paparazziing Soseki was the killer of Giselle Brett. And he was mostly just really pissed off that she was getting away with murder. Now he's got to go for life for murder, but the thing is that he was investigating very heavily the circumstances there, and there was very clearly a cover-up from the government And so that made him extra pissed off about it, because he did a whole investigative journalism piece on the incident and stuff. And his editor completely tore it up and shut it down. I guess because the government threatened him into it. And it's not common knowledge in Japan. It was never reported on in Japan that Kazuma died. So as far as like the public is aware of in Japan, Kazuma dying never happened. And whatever's going on, Soseki political prisoner. Yeah. Yeah. So, and it turns out, you know, how Susato was called back to Japan because her father was sick. He was perfectly fine. It was a lie to get her to come back. And so it's kind of revealed at the end of the case that something about the conspiracy, both the Japanese judge and Susato's dad are in on it or something, or they know something that they're not at liberty to discuss because it has to do with government shit. And something about, and so it turns out, because there was a couple of month gap between Soseki's case and the case where Susato was called back to Japan, right? The reason for that is that's the amount of time it took Soseki to get home. And once he was home, he got visited by Susato's dad. And they had a little discussion, and he was asking about his experiences there. And so Soseki talked about the 2 cases he was involved in. It was kind of like, huh, 2 cases? I only know about the 1, right? Now, there were 2 cases he was involved in, and the second case seemed to really interest Susato's dad, and really gave him pause, and he seemed really interested in it. And so right after that, the day after that is when he sent out the telegram to call Susato home. So something about the second case Soseki was involved in seems to have something to do with this larger conspiracy, and something that made Susato's father think that Susato was in some kind of danger and had to be called back. Even more suspiciously, Herlock Sholmes told everybody involved with this case not to talk about it publicly. And this case was one that he told Iris not to publish as a Herlock Sholmes story. Also that he also did that with the Hound of the Baskervilles, which we still know nothing about. So there's some grander conspiracy going on. In this case has to do with it. So this is a flashback case from 6 months ago. This takes place right in between the Soseki case and the last case. And in fact, this is the day after the trial for Soseki. Freaking the day after the trial, he gets caught up in another murder, or not another murder, another incident where he gets accused of killing someone. So it's, he's the unluckiest man in the world. We gotta get him off a second time. Yeah, exactly. LMAO, poor guy. Oh, also, you will want to know, Rei, Susato's friend, has a very lovely smile, and Susato was like, oh, there it is, Rei's lovely smile at the end, when she started smiling again. They are super holding hands. Okay. I'm planning their wedding right now. Yeah, same. I feel we need to spend a little more time investigating here. So this is why Susato is here and everything, because this is a flashback. Also, we can talk to Olive Green. Look at this. So, Miss Green, oh no, is she gone? Oh no, she left. Look at this frickin' absolute unit though, this rat. Oh no, she's gone. But, yeah, Olive Green, the girl who was stabbed, is a character for real this time. She woke up. All right, so let's go to Briar Road. This is where poor Miss Green was struck down. What a relief that she's going to be all right. And Olive Green is literally like, oh my god, she's just like me for real, for real. I hope so. I hope we'll see her again. Soap. With the exception of the top floor where Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb live, all the windows are bricked up. Yes, that's because of an old window tax that was charged on the number of windows the property had. In order to pay less tax, the poorer members of society filled in many of their windows. But the tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could all be opened up again, surely. Unfortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done. Yes, that is a sad state of affairs. Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume, who have to live all cooped up in a windowless room. I suppose that's the price you pay for living in very cheap accommodation. It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that. The Garrideb household and Mr. Natsume's lodgings are in a prominent position there on the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help feeling that's it at a bit of a slant. It does rather look as though it would collapse in even the smallest earthquake, doesn't it? And isn't it supposed to be haunted as well? I think I might have a hunch as to why Soseki-san is such a hunched back. There always seems to be a bicycle outside the Garrideb residence. I read that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact. That one seems very warped, though, especially the front wheel. Is that to make it more of a challenge to ride, you think? No, I'm afraid that may be a result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly affected. Then there's a good chance Mr. Natsume has been practicing on this bicycle, I think. Oh dear, I fear you may be right. London's blanketed and fogged again today, and the sky is covered in cloud. But if you look carefully in the distance, you can just make out the Crystal Tower being built. Oh yeah! Oh, the Crystal Tower, yes, I just did that in Final Fantasy XIV. The centerpiece of the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. 6 months! This was 6 months in the past, so that means the great exhibition's about to happen. Ah, the Crystal Tower, yeah. Everyone's talking about the Great Exhibition of London at the moment, it seems. We're gonna finally see the Great Exhibition next case, I think. Well, it's to be the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. I can't wait for it myself. Do you think visiting students from the Far East like us will be granted entry? The last great exhibition that was held in London had more than 6 million visitors, it seems. Holy shit. And this time, the British are determined to make it an even bigger success to outdo the Paris Exposition. I see. That's an incredible number of people. And with so many people expected to attend, we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed. There's always the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Naruhodo. But is Susato gonna make it? This is before she knew she was leaving. Why has somebody built the snowman on some sort of pedestal, do you think? That's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruhodo. That's part of the snowman's body. Really? But it already has a perfectly good body. Well, it's true that British snowmen are usually made with 2 balls of snow. Perhaps this is a foreigner. Now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Poor man. I know how he feels. If anything, it's Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen that are the strange ones, isn't it? After all, real people do have 3 sections: head, torso, and legs. Do you ever think that perhaps you think about things too much? It must be an American snowman. Us Americans do the 3-ball snowmen. Alright, so there's not much going on out here. Except there was the soap, but we already know about the soap. The Gyarados room. Yeah, let's go upstairs. How the heck are these two doing? Are they even talking? It's like a day after the incident. 21st February, the Gyarados room. Here we are again. The eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. We're here because Mr. Gyarados, the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget. Ah, you chaps, eh? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Gyarados as anyone, really. Yeah, for sure, for real. Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Oh, is Mrs. Gyarados not here because she's, like, with the police? Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Gyarados? Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground room floor. Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? Ooh, he's standing up. It must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened. Ah, well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no bally answer. And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door? Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning. Oh dear. Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry than all that. Oh, you're hiding something. Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door. Mr. Shamspear. The victim's name is Mr. Shamspear, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shamspear. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now. And how would you describe him? In a word, destitute. Destitute? Well, let's face it. The only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a bally screw loose. You're saying this about the places you are offering, sir? So hard to choose which category Soseki-san would fall into. Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude. Oh, he was muttering that? He was doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare! Read a few plays of the old bard myself, you know? Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Oh my god. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, you know, and many of his works have already been translated. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened into Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There was a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shamspear would have had much in common. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that.
Mr. Naruhodo, really? How rude.
You need to be quieter about your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo. Yesterday's events. After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, now, must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That veiled actor chap was out at the time. Mr. Garadeb noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shamspear got back, and the chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there. Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. And yet he still wakes up at, like, 5 sharp? Does this guy get any sleep? Oh, now he's getting eternal sleep, but you know. Is everything all right, Miss Susato? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garadeb, you were up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly. Not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg. Then, how is it that you seem to know the precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean? Ah! That's a very good point. I can't imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? I was kind of getting that impression in the last game, but we never quite dove that much into that. Mrs. Garadeb certainly was like, knew exactly what the fuck everyone was doing at all times. I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's a bally outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I? And how did you know, Mr. Garadeb? It's the gas, woman. The gas tells me everything. The gas? Speaking gas? What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes. Yes, I'd more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside, and the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously the room would get brighter. Exactly, but at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment. What? They dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it? That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it? Yes, of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe. Damn. This is interesting. Is that supposed to happen, though? It sounds rather undesirable. Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out, and barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they glow brighter than the rest of the house. Ah, right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. But wait, but there's several tenants. How do you know which tenant is doing what? You've got it. Oh, of course, because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. Oh, is that what's going on? By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house. Gosh! That's fascinating, Mr. Garadeb. Absolutely fascinating. Oh well, nothing to it, really. And I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Garrett was so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. I don't think I really anything to present, do I? You know anything about soap? Mr. Gary Deb, can I show you this? Been quite a couple of days, as you can imagine. I'm afraid I'm rather tired. I haven't really got the energy in the old eyeballs, to be honest with you. Yeah, you can't see very well in the first place. Some other time, then. I want to examine the stuff. We know what that screen is hiding now. The aftermath of the fiery altercation the other day. Don't suppose I'll be able to clear that mess up for some time now. Oh dear, this must be a very difficult situation for you. I'll say, people talk about twists of fate and whatnot. But this is a twist and a half! A rotten show all around! He's clearly struggling with everything that's happened. Clearly struggling without his wife to clean everything up. There's a single apron drawing on that enormous cannon-shaped clothes horse. Look. No, Mr. Naruhodo, that's a real cannon. I knew that. I was just testing you. Piece of history, that is. Seen plenty of action in the battlefield, I can tell you. Now, the old girl and I are just enjoying the peace and quiet of retirement together. And of course, she'd come in handy if the enemy decided to launch an attack again. Is there a war going on that I don't know about? Oh, a copy of Ranced Magazine. Adventures of Herlock Sholmes is being read all over London. Isn't it wonderful? Naturally, one asks oneself if such a singular detective could really exist. He says 10 years out from World War I. I was about to say, I was like, isn't stuff imminent? But having met the chap, it's undeniable. He is most certainly singular. Singularly dangerous, I agree. Soseki would agree. That's genuine public opinion for you, Miss Susato. Perhaps it should be reflected in the stories. Make no mistake, Mr. Naruhodo, I intend to snuff out the sort of public opinion we just heard personally. Wow. I'm starting to see where Mr. Sholmes' untainted reputation comes from now. The stands. It's all because of the stands. You look very dashing in your uniform there, Mr. Garrideb. Ah, that old portrait, eh? Drawn by an art student who used to rent the room downstairs. Oh, you look so wonderfully young and courageous and strong. Yes, well, the chap presented it to me one day and asked if I'd let him off the month's rent in return. Oh, I see. So you did, presumably? I bolly well did not. Thanks a lot. Oh, you just took it and that was it? Portrait is a portrait, but rent is rent, eh? And yet it's still there proudly on the wall. That's enough. Oh, wait. The stuff. These shelves look like they've been completely torn apart by a wild beast. Reminds me of the Battle of Maiwan, don't you know? The experiences of a seasoned veteran. Enemy had us surrounded on all sides. We really thought we were done for, the whole Bali company. We were taking a real pounding from their cannons, so all we could do was run for our lives. Oh, I thought that story was going in a different direction, actually. Well, the whole experience taught me one thing, I can tell you. When you're done for, you're really done for. That's not what a lawyer who often finds himself under fire wants to hear. That's an impressive collection of cakes on that fancy silver cake stand there. I feel sure that it was full of cakes when we first investigated in here as well. Yes, quite right. Haven't touched it since. Haven't done much at all, really, since it all happened. Time's rather stood still for me, you know? Oh. Time has stood still? Now that's an interesting phrase. I might be able to use that excuse when I'm next supposed to be tidying the office. You could just tidy up, Mr. Naruhodo. There's a good view over the wintry East End from up here. That's an oppressively gray scene. There's really nothing comparable in Japan. And down below, Briar Road, partly blanketed in snow. And the pavement where poor Miss Green was struck in the back by that knife. Thinking about it, this is the only room in this building that actually has a window to the outside world. Sometimes Great Britain really does seem like a strange land, doesn't it? I suppose all foreign cultures seem strange at first. Imagine how an Englishman would feel arriving in Japan and seeing people with a chonmage top knot. Well, that's a good point. Alright, let's go see Mr. Natsume. 21st February, local prison, cell 9. Excuse me? He's not here? He's not here! I guess I gotta do something else. Back to Sholmes' suite? Yep. 21st February, Sholmes' suite. Anybody? Anybody? Yay, Iris! Hi, Iris! Clicking away. Oh wait, that's that thing they were talking about yesterday. The early terrarium, but they're not called terrariums. Iris? That's incredible concentration, that is. I find it quite remarkable how she can focus on so many different things at once. Perhaps I should try drinking more herbal tea.
The blend the third from the right would be good for you, Runo.
Oh, Iris? This girl is destined for great things, I'm sure. Yeah, she's cool. Very cool. It always strikes me how pretty and neatly arranged this tea set is.
It's my favorite one. In fact, I think it's high time for afternoon tea. Wait there, I'll fetch the special blend that I prepared for today.
Oh, Iris, you do love your tea, don't you? She looks so happy at the prospect.
And after you've drunk it, I'll collect some experimental data, if that's all right.
Just what is she about to make me drink? Okay, so I guess we need to do something else. Not this. Oh, did I miss something in here? What's that? Aha! That's what I missed. What's this? It looks like a part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened. Is that significant? Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps. When you look around the room, there's no sign of a letter or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there? Ah, she's right. And yet, here we have the torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree. We'd better take this just in case. Oh my god, we're just taking everything. Gregson would be so pissed. Ah, that's what we needed. That's what we needed. Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Uh-oh. Inspector Gregson, but back so soon? After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we'd better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low, being back in the cell again so soon. I'm sure we should probably— Ah! What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah! He's alive!
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
Out! Out! Brief candle! Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player! that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. Now, how soundeth the next part? It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed, oh happy day! Walking Dead! So that was the haunted room. That's why it's haunted. Wait, is he actually dead? The fella isn't dead after all? Death drop, literally. What was that nonsense he was saying, though? I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare. So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment, and Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime, whatever that now was. What the fuck? There's that guy with the flat cap from the previous game. 21st February, Briar Road. Whatever do you think will happen now? People don't be dying in these games like they used to, for real. At least Soseki was never part of a murder. People say he was part of 2 murders, but he was actually part of 0. Whatever do you think will happen now? Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume, arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shakespeare did consume poison, as we deduced. But it was an accident. Attempted suicide or attempted murder? Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? I saw him for precisely 1 scene in the previous game. The Professor Layton looking ass. He looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word? Ah! He ran? Wow. He just ran off. I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? It was here. I do too, but I don't remember. He was with Shakespeare. Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. A good idea. Oops. Oh, we can't go there yet? It seems we're not permitted at the moment. Oh, the Shakespeare's room, right. Oh, I'll just go to the prison then. Poor guy. 21st February, local prison, cell 9. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now? Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Oh, yes? What is he? Tell me, is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Sholmes? He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost. Oh, by the way, just so you know, I'm gonna try to level 7 her enough that I can come with you for stuff on Lore Sunday. Oh! That's so sweet of you! Why summoner in particular? Although I'm still doing just level 50 stuff. Oh. Wait. Actually, Rowan, I'm gonna do, I want people to come with me to do Coils of Bahamut Unsynced. But I could also, I still do have plenty of dungeons to do, for sure. As for the most poo-poo brain dead, and it was, everyone's the summoner. Yeah, I did see that exchange. Yeah, if you get it to level 50, we can certainly do some dungeons. But also, yes, precisely. That sounds perfect. We'll both be able to do it, and I won't feel like I'm slowing anybody down with all these cutscenes. Perfect. I could probably just do it with Tish, you know? I think level 80 is good enough to clear everything. Although, other people will be welcome to come with us. Yay! Oh, I'm looking forward. Yay! Tish and Mr. Final Fantasy take over the coils this Sunday. But his diabolic deductions, they're not of this world. They've left me. Ah, cursed! I'm cursed, I tell you. Hey, nice, even higher. Well, that sort of hurts. Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction, too. Yes, moving on, we have some wonderful news. Oh? The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Now, in the absolutely worst case, you can only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible! Oh, I'm stuck in the cell suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess you're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions! I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, that selfish shyster! Wake up your mind! Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy William! Well, it seems likely that Mr. Shamspear was never actually dead in the first place. He's cute, I want him. I don't even want to fix whatever is wrong with him is funnier. You want this real-life person who actually lived? Ah, yes, that might make sense, and I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Absolutely. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Get me a medium, we're going on a seance date. I mean, hey, he was an English teacher. Y'all could even just talk as is. Also, I should, I'm pretty sure I have Mr. 1,000 yen bill. Yeah, you just, use 1,000 yen bill as, like, the thing to seance him with. Not a photograph, just... Hello, Ned. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh. Oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamspear, didn't you? I'm not saying another word! I demand to have a lawyer present! I am your lawyer. Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Oh, why am I cursed like this? Yeah, what happened last night? Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell. But, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I'm eternally grateful for you to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday. The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. And that evening at past 9, it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspear. So you did go to the victim's room then? As we feared.
I didn't do anything wrong! I'd never been to his room before! It was the first time!
Then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. That ties in with what Mr. Garadeb said, that the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening, at around 9 or just after, when I took him some nice tea I'd brewed as a gift. So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then? And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet, who was the stronger? Wait, so it was like, who's stronger, Goku or One Punch Man, but they're talking about Romeo and Juliet? Like Goku versus Sailor Moon, exactly. I'm sure. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare! And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspear's tea? No, never, not at all! Team Juliet won, that was me! And when I left his room... You know what, I agree, Juliet probably could kick his ass. That flamboyant fellow was fighting fit, I swear it, categorically! Cursed existence. Feminist king. Oh yeah, you missed it, Rowan. Yesterday, we found out that Inspector Hosonaga is a woman respecter. And also a feminist king. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. Because, you know, Susato was playing up her boy disguise too hard and was like, oh, I'll just say misogynist shit, that's what men do, right? And then Hosonaga was like, you have much to learn about women, young man. No one in this day and age would say anything bigoted if they knew anything about women. And it's like, all right, Hosonaga, women respect her. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I've learned that it's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me, they all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Number 1 women respecter Hosonaga! Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I moved more times than I can remember, and then 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road. But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me. The rent? Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Why does this keep happening to Mr. Garadeb's house? Oh no! He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money! A horrible history is a small price to pay! When I realized that it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning. Brave, or blinkered. But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? Right, he was talking about how there's a ghost in the room, and I thought he meant Wagahai, but apparently not. Maybe the other young man's death is what had to do with the larger conspiracy. How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of a beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. Do you think that might just have been your mind playing tricks on you? No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place. A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who've died in that room lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me! That really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, it happened last night, too. It happened again last night, too. The very same night that Mr. Shamspear was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. Yes, you're right. I know it, and that's why I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home. Does it have to have a history? I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Ooh, Susato-san knows how to make the man listen. And she's good at that. Of course. Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well. You mean Mr. Garadeb? Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place. Ah, perhaps. That may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms. What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas lamps? Oh dear, no, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please, forget I said anything. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shamspear isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come round and he's able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Ahem, excuse me. Oh, it's Gregson. Inspector Gregson, I couldn't help overhearing what you just said, and on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh, which do you want first? Always, every time, the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, the good news it is. Huh? Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Then why did you ask me my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, was just unconscious. He's come round now? Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we've managed to get a written statement from him already. Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume? Oh, thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave this somber cell. Sorry, no, that's not on the cards. What? Why ever not, Inspector? Mr. Shamspear has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh dear. You don't mean... I'm sorry to say I do. Yes, he's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. By sweet poison did he seeketh to end my life. That wicked caitiff, Soseki Natsume. No! So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations. No! Aww, poor guy. And so, once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey, so we do go to court. I was wondering if this was gonna be another, like, all Sholmes case, but no, we do go to court, okay. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. To be continued. Time to save the game. February 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line. That's my line. Good morning! Ah, good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. Oh god, is this gonna be double? Is he gonna get double reapered? No wonder he was running out of the country as fast as he could. But now this! Another warning, another murder! And here I am again in this hellhole! Can't keep coming to court! I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. He is getting double reapered, isn't he? That's the bad news. Oh. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So here we are again. Yes, again. Judicial assistant Miss Mikotomo Esquires, what's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, did you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say! Oh, I am sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Miss Susato. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Barrack Van Zeeks. How did I know? So there was even an extra trial that he took just because Ryunosuke was Japanese that we didn't even know about last game. He's getting double reapered. Van Zeeks? Yeah! Oh no, oh no, no. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter, after all. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zeeks is the prosecutor. Oh no! That even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. Twice! And we've experienced it firsthand. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey. And at this point in time, they don't know who did it yet, but we know who did it. It was Eggs Benedict. Ah! Do I have to put up with those ice cold eyes boring into my soul again? God, he is so fucking cursed. I'm so glad he actually goes back to Japan right after this. Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper! Pair of petrifying perils, potentially! Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I'm innocent! You have to believe me! You more than anyone know! Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Well, this trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh, yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. Why? Do I even want to know? That's probably for the best. Oh! If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as weakness. If Lord Van Zieks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. Oh, Jesus. At least that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Well said. I swear on the sword at my side and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors, I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor. What's gotten into him this morning? Oh, yes. February 22nd, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Here we are. There he is, this Dracula cape. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Oh, I missed you, Santa Claus. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord Van Zieks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. Oh, did they talk about that after that fourth trial? I'm forgetting now if that was fourth trial or fifth trial they talked about that. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper with his... Oh yeah, he must not have told him the exact reason until the fifth case, but he was already, like, highly suspecting at this point that that was the case. Gotcha. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese as a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yeah, what are they looking like this time? I'm excited now, always, to see what the jury looks like. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Absolutely. He's back? I had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before. Why are you here again? Do you ever not get called for jury duty? And she's back too? I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is quite fetching, actually. Oh, this person's new. Finally, a new person. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight or the missus will go for the roof. Wait, this is your second day in a row in court, isn't it? This poor guy, he can never get off jury duty. You too! You're here 2 days in a row. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict. This is the fucking third time in jury duty. These people have lives? The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public, the same ones we keep seeing over and over and over again. And that the judge can only pass sentence when all the jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London chosen at random, or at least that's the idea. Yeah, I don't know about random. That one lady who looks like she's from Hell's Moving Castle is new, but prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been— Oh, so that was on purpose? Why though? Wouldn't that make them more biased? Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. So it was possible. Oh. They did it on purpose. Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord Van Zeeks, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. The seat with the new lady was Joan Garrideb before, right? I think you're right, actually. Oh my god, it's the exact same ones except for Joan Garrideb. She was the only one that couldn't possibly be called back. I think you're right. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. But he didn't do anything wrong! Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witnesses to the stand. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Soseki Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume. Yes, my lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. Whoopsie! I remember it as if it were yesterday. It basically was. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Oh, believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garrideb household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. So they were able to identify it? He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door. This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident? Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell the tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Oh, you had color film? Nice. Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased. That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what he was. Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. Crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. Oh! Kosen! Thank you so much! Ah! 6 months. Thank you so much. Kosen, how are you doing? I hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Now then, Mr. Natsume. Ah, yes, yes, yes! As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? Doing good, got a new graphics card. Hey, I guess I technically did too. I'm on my new laptop and everything seems to be streaming so much smoother. My animations are smooth as butter. So nice. It's a laptop. It's got a 2070 in it. It was very cheap. It was like a Cyber Monday thing. As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings! The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor... Oh, 30, 60, holy crap. So you could probably run anything, huh? My neighbor was poisoned and me? What about me? I've been nearly killed countless times. Killed, Mr. Natsume? How? Even on that fateful night it happened when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room. Figuratively speaking, it. Oh, I thought the 30 made it like. I guess I still don't know anything. I was trying to like study a lot when I was trying to pick a laptop, but I guess I still don't know a lot. So being a 30 rather than a 20 doesn't mean it's like from a new generation, but 70 means it's better or something? Or is it stronger but from a different generation? Gosh, I don't know. I'm still a baby with this stuff. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, I figured it was like that. Even on that... Oops. Even on that fateful night it happened when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out and somebody tried to kill me! You must have always extinguished all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. It's so cold! My runny nose would freeze! The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Oh, by the way, you guys can hear the game audio all right and everything, right? Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal. And he has named the true culprit. You don't? God damn it! Oh, no audio problems this time. Okay, good. Oh, there's no music at this time, so that's probably it. Oh. Yeah, there's no music right now on purpose. So if you hear music later, probably no problem. All right, thank you, Ned, for confirming that. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief. Like, do you hear stuff now, Kosen? You're just crafting collectibles to get... Ooh! Man, I need to, get into more crafting stuff. The poison for Cusco. Cusco's poison. Oh my god, I actually watched The Emperor's New Groove when my friend, when I was visiting her last week. Order! Order! I also finally watched Frozen 2, and we also watched interesting anime movie called Drifting Home. Right. Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. Which one, Kosen? Emperor's New Groove or Frozen 2? You're crafting max collectible rarefied integral armalay? Oh, jeez, Frozen 2? That's fair. I did actually like it better than Frozen 1, but that is very fair. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result! Never will I touch tea again! Never! The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before. Gosh, I'm so jealous. I have to, like... I know some good sequences, but I've never made a macro in my life, and so I'm basically like trying to do the freaking calculus in my head, but very badly. You can help me do the macro? Oh gosh. I guess since I've got a little semi-reliable keyboard on my controller, it doesn't feel like it'd be murder to put in a macro. I should try to dabble in an entire feature of the game I haven't dabbled in before. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection? None whatsoever, my lord. Good. Then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now. Yeah. Yes, my lord! Witness testimony. The catastrophic night. Oh, where was your cat, by the way? Where's Wagahai? It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. He was trying to be so nice. Oh, and this is how he's repaid. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. Victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Oh my god. Macro. Wait, I just noticed my chat widget isn't working. Oh no, there it goes. The chat widget just couldn't handle the macro. That's so funny. Okay, I gotta copy paste this somewhere so I can manually put it in by hand later on my PS5. This is why I don't do macros. Let me search Notepad or something. Come on. Here we go. There we go. I have it copy pasted somewhere. Oh, for your stats, but the idea for one, I would have to make one based on your stats. Oh my god. Kosen, you know everything about crafting. This is so amazing. I basically want... the most difficult thing I want to craft right now is the, materials for the otter fountain in, Island Sanctuary. Anyway, yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward. Yeah, but it's one of those expert recipes. It's kind of weird. It all seems relatively straightforward. All right, I'll see you in a bit, Kosen. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though, the teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to. Well, why is that? Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance? How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? Get their asses. My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? It's simple enough. There was none left, not a drop. Yeah, but what about the teacups themselves? There could have been a residue. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. Oh, right, because we're in the fucking Dark Ages. I mean, 1901. You have all of them except Master Book 10, which I'm getting now. Oh, right. I wish you luck on your script hunting, your script gathering. And I think next major patch, there's gonna be a lot more crafting stuff too. Man, that's supposed to be this month. So I guess now's the time to get ready, huh? We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. But what about the weird opium in the soap? I see. Thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. Oh, so sweet. I want to hear about this sweet thing you did. Were you and your neighbor good friends then? No, we weren't friends. Not at all. Not at all. Never, ever. A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shakespeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together. Now, no Nipponese can understand the finer points of English literature. You know what, Van Zeeks? And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume. It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings when I ran into Mr. Shamspear outside on the street. That was around 6 o'clock. We exchanged one or two pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though, so I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No! Not one, not two, not any! Not at all! Never, ever! A simple no would have sufficed, I feel. Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink after when I went back to my room at around 11.
Hold it!
A literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you? Shakespeare? Ah, very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Oh, yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley. Romeo and Juliet? Who was stronger? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment, so we battled it out in a Greco-Roman style, naturally. What? Mr. Shamspear had all sorts of costumes in his room for just such a contest. So when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? He as Romeo, I as Juliet, and after a vigorous, wild tussle, I as Juliet came out on top! A victory I'll cherish forever! What the fuck happened in there? I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim. Correct? Van Zeeks is like, I'm going to erase what I heard from my memory forever right now. I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. It's true. There was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was! And do you have any basis for that statement, witness? Oh, my tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Hold it!
Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed it to analyze it for poison. And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume? Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it. The landlord was able to verify that as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night. And how is the landlord able to attest to this? He, said it was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector? When the tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Garadeb seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants. There's only one key to Mr. Shamspear's room! I know that for certain! He must have locked the door himself from inside his room! The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes. So I'm right! My tea was harmless, completely harmless! If you take poison, you die! Everyone knows that! It's not that simple, I'm afraid. What do you mean? Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it.
Hold it!
How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that. And it further degrades Soseki-san's alibi. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well. The court will add this report to the court record as evidence. The victim's medical report. Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. All right, let me look at this evidence. I haven't really looked before. Oh, we still have the your books thing from last case? Huh. Yeah, this was also evidence from the other day. We never actually did take a look at these. Oh, hold on. There is a little residue, huh? So this is Natsume. Let me look at Natsume's cup first. This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of this cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulp it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. Uh-oh. There's no tea ring inside of Mr. Natsume's cup. This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspear was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea. Oh, really? I've never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh, dear. So many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture, and most of them are Japanese. Yeah, what was with this? Oh, what is it, Mr. Naruhodo? This bar of soap, when we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression here, a reddish one. Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty. Where could the disc have gone? Oh, that guy in the flat cap took it. The little reddish medallion from the center has mysteriously vanished. Oh, oops. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. Ooh, get them. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Miss Susato, I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo, never! That's it, huh? This is as we saw it. Oh, wait, that's new. Some tea got spilled over there? Alright, cause of coma, William Shamspear, 31. Cause of coma, ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. The poisoning incident occurred around 1:30 a.m. on 21st February, assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appeared to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. But he was sitting at the table. Isn't that suspicious? I guess we'll have to call that out later.
Hold it!
The argument still stands, you say? This is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on. Exactly! Me and my tea are innocent! Sweet and innocent, I tell you! I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. And as long as you did that, Mr. Shamspear could have locked the door after you'd gone. But no! We drank the tea straight away! The battle over whether Romeo and Juliet was stronger, that came after the tea. Do you have any evidence to support that statement? In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying, drink the tea while it's hot. Oh, hey, that's what, Ryunosuke was just saying. Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution. I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter. No! That's the extent of their testimony, is it? If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently, yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to this testimony again. Alright, so let's look at what Gregson's saying. Yes! Around 9 o'clock! Yeah! Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. Victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Oh! But he was holding the tea. Isn't that odd? Is that... It was left full for a while. I don't see something that, like, I know what I want to say, but I don't know if there's something that directly contradicts what Gregson is saying. Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his desk left. The argument still stands. I feel like this is probably what I should object to, but with what? Oops. All right, I feel like I'm gonna lose a few, but these are the only things I can think of. Yep, I know it. That last statement was contradictory in a number of ways, I think you'll find. In a number of ways, you say? That's right, my lord. In a number of ways. Perhaps it would serve you well to concentrate your efforts on one contradiction at a time, Counsel? Oh, I made a bit of a mess of that. In a number of ways, actually. All right, I'll save and then... And maybe I should look at my evidence again. There's something I missed. Maybe I should look at what Natsume is saying. Wait, this is a kind of contradictory. Maybe we should try this. Because it should have been after 1:30.
Objection!
Aha! Alright. Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you went to return to your room, correct? Yes! And Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally? Of course we can. There's no problem with that report, Sunshine. Actually, I think there's a very big problem. Because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony. A chrono what? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Ah! Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. Yeah! In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Gah! The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zeeks? Your hallowed chalice. Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. A day drinker, are we, Van Zeeks? How could it have happened, you ask? Didn't even drink it! I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report, yes, at around 1:30.
Objection!
Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him in order to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there is a well-known saying, drink the tea while it's hot.
Objection!
And in my country, there is an even more apt saying, there is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there might be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned, other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, counsel? Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor. That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. You suggest this may have been in the suicide, counsel?
Objection!
Mr. Shamspear has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
Well, smack, but he could be lying. Is something wrong, Lord Venzies? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Ooh, Mr. Shamspear, we're gonna cross-examine him? Hold it. Out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. There he is, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Who, sir, are you? William Shamspear, my lord. Alas, 'twas I. Undone by these bitter events, I am the victim. What's he doing here? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You are calling him as a witness? Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Happy am I, Shamspear, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English. That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim. This is gonna be fun. Here he is, Mr. Flatcap. All right, so that's Mr. Shamspear. But who's that other man beside him? Yes, I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of that man before. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. A writer of words so sweet they do scent the breeze, an inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare, were the great bard to be recalled to life anew. Lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shamspeare. Oh, the name's Meter Man. Adron B. Meter Man. So you're the gas man? I work for the Altamont Gas Company, East End branch office. I knew it. But you were with Shamspeare before, in the first game, so what's with that? Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yes, she's right, it's him. They're dealing drugs in bars of soap or something. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? It looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word? Ah! And he runs off. Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garadeb's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Shamspeare, right? Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? That sweet poison that didst cross mine innocent lips. I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph. An angel, indeed. Me's seraph. Pretty much, oh my god. Thus be I of noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. They're actually taking the seraph anagram idea seriously. Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions. But my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamspeare doing here? The gas man, I mean. Huh? What? Me? Well now... Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman? Hang on. No, I'm just here. I hereby call on your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken, the truth of that wintry night of my discontent. What the heck is going on? The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But merry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. Why? No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella. Why? That's suspicious. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspeare's room all night? That's right. Of course, the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that. But why? The question is, sir, why? Well, now that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is a man! Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no mind. Make no more ado about his tedious words. What'd you say about me? Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question, nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Wow, Meter Man, what the fuck is all that about? I need to look at that first. The wintry night of my discontent. The snow lay about, my neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing tea, but Mary bitter was his drink. Did fall prostrate on my table, not else. I was outside the bloke's window on the freezing cold all night. What the fuck was with that? But the windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap. Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. Then why were you? But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body. What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Meterman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time, as far as I'm concerned. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Ah, yes. Lucidly explained, counsel. Thank you. It really was. You can't argue with the logic. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella, so you can't be sure it was the defendant then?
Objection!
How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? That's not how he described him, though. Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspeare drink tea together? Nah, sorry, I couldn't say. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was the silhouette of that little round-backed fellow wearing a pretty dress. And the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it. I suppose. Yeah, wrestling, I know, right? That's what it was. He did say he came out on top. That was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Mr. Meterman, allow me to confirm one final time. apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question! Gasman's honor! So that's the entire testimony. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I can't see any obvious holes at all, to be honest. No, oh dear. If nobody else visited Mr. Shamspear's room that night apart from Mr. Natsume, I imagine the members of the jury will all conclude the same thing. Right, that he's guilty. Well, all we can do is press these witnesses for more information and hope for a breakthrough. Yes! These games are insane. People are getting each other off cross-dressing wrestling matches. Who is more powerful, Romeo or Juliet? People rising from the dead. The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea.
Hold it!
To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume? I'm just remembering what you said, Rowan, about how Natsume's family was just like, yeah, do whatever the fuck you want with him when Shutakumi asks for permission. It's really... They truly did give them free reign. And they have any idea what these games would be like? Shutakumi had so much fun. Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs. And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room? Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo, did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. And we were broiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before. By which I presume he means their discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I, Shamspear, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be to bring weight upon our merry experiment. I dare not imagine the scene. Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of Jiu-Jitsu, but... Ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the comely maiden. Juliet beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case. Someone had to be like, oh boy, my great uncle, famed and respected author Natsume Soseki is in a video game. Let's see, Whoa. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room. You gotta say, that's probably the most fun Natsume has had in his entire year of being in England, poor guy. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. But marry, bitter was his drink, and when he left I did fall prostrate on my table.
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. He just slowly dances and doesn't say anything. If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Gladly. 'Tis an easy task. What? I did drink of the tea, not while my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily, were my lips parched.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal.
Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire. After all, thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amid such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea.
Romeo and Juliet again, and who was stronger? Mr. Shamspeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker?
But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stooped lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil.
We all know what that means.
'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else.
Hold it!
So you didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper?
Ha! Fie on luxury! Fie on gluttony! To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time.
Sorry?
I would that my belly were full of no more oft than the sun doth rise.
Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say.
Night and day do I fill my hours with learn the study of the great bard playwright. Hence is it that there doth not be in my chamber be than the costumes of mine art.
That would appear to be the case. Even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. Wait, was there a dead rat? I didn't notice. Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere. Oh.
For I have devoured them all.
Literally, you ate all the paper?
You've eaten them? Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise?
Poor guy. He doesn't have any food. Right, that wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. Hold it. Whomst? Oh no, my lord! God damn it, they're gonna put in the guilty verdicts. Goodness me, yes, Mr. Foreman? I've kept my mouth shut and listened up till now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Yes! Oh, great. Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision? Too right we have. Are you all with me? Yes! Wait, no! The defense is in the middle of a cross-examination! To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. But in the end, what difference do they make? None, as far as I can see. And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top. And she'll throw another knife at you. What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Very well, let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Oh, great.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh, great. All of you? Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. Excuse me, you should know the drill by now. Summation examination. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. Ah! Damn. Rip Natsume Soseki. There he goes. Get up, Mr. Naruhodo, please! The trial isn't over yet. What do you mean, Miss Susato? What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? That obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember? You just did several 2 days ago. A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here, in a British court of law, we can reverse the decisions of a majority of... If we can reverse the decisions of a majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. Now, we'll never know what that cat does or whatever. Oh, no! He'll never be a cat. You know, I swear I am a cat somewhere. I need to dig it out of my boxes and read it. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no other defense counselor in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination. Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. The court will proceed with the summation examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord. Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman? Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it. Yeah, this is your third go. For Bruce Fairplay here. Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find... what's wrong with me? To state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man.
Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy. Racist?
There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman. For now, at least.
Ah, I really don't care. Like, I just need this trial to end quickly.
3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know? Nothing at all.
I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced.
It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen.
You ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements.
And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all.
Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I've pleaded with the jury on Soseki-san's behalf before, and it worked, so you never know.
Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh. Well, you're still very new to British law, after all. Also, this is a new game, so we need to do this tutorial stuff again. That's true, I suppose, and Soseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands now, too. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear Susato-san out. I wonder, should I let her take me through it again or not bother? No need, I got it. Thank you for the kind offer, Miss Susato, but I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary.
Of course, I understand, and I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like.
I'll be here for you. Oh, supportive Susato. The key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement, finding two that are contradictory, and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other. Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. The defense's rebuttal. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man, and straight up, there's no reason to doubt the man.
Hold it!
Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was the Japanese man's tea. When you take the gas man's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Oh, well, that's alarmingly logical. But let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'll gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same, isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps, though I don't see it happening. Eh? What's that? Elderly gent on the end here, you know? You'll have to speak up. Look, I really don't care about all this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury, then? All right, sir, I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. All right, if you can show me that victim's a liar, I'll reconsider my position. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Hold it!
Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid? No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid. So you say, yet again. Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously it's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all. Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, sleeps all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy. No, not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty. But he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops. You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more his trial seems like a dance. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though, and you're on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. But the victim's version of events is backed up by what the big-chin man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh. That's another 3 steps. All this does really seem more and more like a waltz, doesn't it? Right, and the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman. For now, at least.
Hold it!
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam? It really is a most tiresome problem for the company. Most irritating. Wait, are you involved in his theater company? We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. What? I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Oh! Good gracious, Altamont Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gotta be used properly. Quinby Altamont? That's her name? Altamont gas is the best in the world, of course. Ah, I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, he bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? Ah, so would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamsphere was up to in his room? I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman, but to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night. We're very thorough in our investigations. So someone was accused of stealing gas. So you mean Mr. Shamsphere is... It wouldn't come out, and I wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin. But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angel and song. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an Altamont gas explosion. So Mr. Shamsphere has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement? My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? A little before the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble. Yes, of course. This could be it. This could shift the balance. The victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality, he's a common thief of my company's gas. So I could put that against what he's saying.
Objection.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 1. Eh? What are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas? Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact, turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. It's true, we don't have evidence as such, just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know. What? You heard me. Seeing his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor. Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamsphere was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. And as a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will. Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that we found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. If this means you'll recap a few points, that would suit me down to the ground. Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with. In that case, I shall change my leaning. So, Mr. William Shamsphere, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory! Order, order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leading has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord. and order the trial to continue. You have spoilt the bouquet, Mr. Shamspear. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me. I do swear. This gas man speaketh that which concerns him most, naught but gas, naught but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul. Oi, what did you say? Do I take it, Mr. Shamspear, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery? Most heartily, my lord, hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart. Ah, you flowery-mouthed pompous beanpole? Just because I haven't got the evidence yet. Mr. Shamspear, if, in fact, you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. It is my considered opinion that at the present time, no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case. Oh no! However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas and this case are unrelated. Juror number 4. Yes? Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man had been stealing gas, you had strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we, worker? Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gasman's honor. Very well then. We will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shamspear, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord, it'll be my pleasure. On the Altamont gas name, I swear, if I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Wahoo! Oh yeah, sweet as honey. Yeah. You like her, I take it. Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request. Thank you, my lord. Man, she's hardcore, curtsying sitting down. You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Ooh, it's gonna sting! You mark my words. What is going on between these two? So you will both testify before the court on the subject of the legal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel. Yes. Is that clear, my good man? Clear as Altamont gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world. What is going on here? Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Susato? I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. He's something. The Altamont Gas Company's investigation. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept threepenny bits. Each coin given customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent only... The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key. Somehow he's using all the flamin' gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice. This testimony turns me to drink. How do they know which floor in the townhouse is using the gas? True. I think they're suspecting him because his particular meter in his room doesn't have any coins in it when they come to collect. But if he wasn't using any gas at all, that would be one thing, but Mr. Garadev seems to think he definitely was using gas in his room. Actually, he must have been, because it was like dark at night and no windows, so there's no way like him and Soseki could have had a conversation, let alone like Romeo and Juliet smackdown without light, you know? I don't think the 3 bricks would be enough. What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zeeks? Did the mustachioed Nipponese did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court, and yet now we must listen to this aberrance. Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. There it goes. Do what you will. Lord Van Zeeks appears to be in a violent mood. Yeah, no shit. It's this early before he usually doesn't throw the bottle until later in the trial. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incidence of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. The Altamont Gas Company's investigation. I'm proud to be the company's East End's branch investigator and money collection agent.
Hold it!
So does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters? That I do. Have to try to catch people when they're in. Then I ask permission to come inside and do my business. Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before, as well as that of Mr. Shamspear? Well now, interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter is beyond me, it really is. Maybe you shouldn't do gas meters with money so they don't die? Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books. And then, when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth. You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterman. Not much to say, really, but as you wish. Altamont gas meters accept threepenny bits, and each coin given customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. So all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they? They're the latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes. So if a 3p coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night? A bit more than that usually, if they have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is. Thinking about it, Soseki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he? Some people will choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Ah, yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. And how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company? Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins. I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part. Ah, because they have to pay in advance, you mean? Yes, exactly right. And yet the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it.
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks! He's been pinching gas off us for ages! And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room, I take it? Naturally. He took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. Wait, that's the entire reason why? One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspeare Special. Sorry, the Shamspeare Special. That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces. But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty. I'll never forget the humiliation when I opened up the money box and found it bare. You what? I said, you what? Oh my god, his eyes are terrifying. Help. And the look on his face, that smarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jimmied open anywhere. Not a single sign. And what's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what. A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter? Nothing became of it. I've still got it. Oh. Right here. No wonder they call you Meter Man. I think I would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing. Yeah, I definitely have to look this over. Definitely. Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Although I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter. Oof. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key. Alright, let me check this thing out. That's a very sturdy-looking padlock, isn't it? And the money box is sealed with beeswax, too. So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Mr. Naruhodo? Mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would... You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? So if anybody opened the beeswax, they'd be able to tell. That's about it, huh? Oh, whoa, what's this? The coin falls out the bottom. Man, they were stupid to not figure that out. Oh, have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo? Just here, there's a little hole, do you see? Goodness, you're right, I wouldn't have noticed. It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So, you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspeare? Possibly. It seems the people at Altamont Gas must have missed it. Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside. Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through there. That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious. Okay then, the coin couldn't fall out through there, but... Oh yeah, that is too small. Something's up. college students in the laundry room be like? Yeah, it's like, looks like something something, keep talking and nobody explodes. Yeah, it does. Oh my god, for real though.
Hold it!
There's only one key for all of your meters? Well, in truth, there's another key in the company vault at our main office. But even if someone had somehow managed to get a hold of a key, we'd known if the coin box had been opened. Oh, how? I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans, as it happens. Look at her smug little smile. Would you care to explain? Well now, in order to empty a meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. But when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see? A seal? Like the sort of thing you'd put on an envelope, you mean? Something like that, yes. Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal. Now, in the case of Mr. Shamspeare's meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said. But the seal hadn't been broken either. Oh, there was a little scrap of a letter. Maybe he replaced the seal with another seal. So that would mean Mr. Shamspeare somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it. It would seem so, but that would be impossible. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny, if that's not thieving, what is? The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though. Oh, so I can present this as a little hole in it, and they're gonna, like, lose their shit.
Objection.
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What? Get away! I've been over and over that thing! I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it! His eyes are so scary. In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box? Hole? What? You're right. You're quite right. There is a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspeare secretly opened up this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised, but why? Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get in a farthing through that. Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, what I'd specifically like to know is how it's dismantled. How it differentiates coins. Both of these would be good to know. I'll ask how it's dismantled. How can the meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced, I'm wondering if perhaps, rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, that does make some sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel, and the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you, it's quite impossible to dismantle it. Woohoo! Yeah, nothing leaks from an Altamont meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing. I see. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord. All joints on the meter are welded shut and the lock is made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it. Well, I don't know if that's the one we need, but I'll press it. Has anyone ever tried? Oh yeah, they've tried, but they've all given up before long. After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action. Yes, that makes sense. Stella, stop that. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is the welded steel construction significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Like asking about how the meter differentiates coins, for example. Delve deeper. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1-penny coin, that wouldn't work, presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, well, how does the meter know what coin it's been fed is a threepenny or not? Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit. Oh, I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord. The meter is designed for coins the exact diameter and thickness of a threepenny bit. Nothing else will fit. Maybe that's what the soap is for. It's like a mold.
Hold it!
But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Would, that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it to a certain extent as well. We've thought of that though anyway. If I find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for moments like that, us gasmen do! Live for them! It would seem the gas company has thought of everything. Woohoo! Hurrah for gas, hurrah for cash! Altamont all the way. Oh! Maybe that thingy in the soap wasn't removed. Maybe it evaporates. And so you could put it through into the, whatever it is. Maybe you could put it inside the meter, but it would evaporate. Maybe it's the cold that keeps it in place, but when you're in a warmer area, like when the gas is going, then whatever that disc is made out of evaporates. And they use the soap as a mold. That's quite enough of that. But then what's the hole for? Maybe the hole is there so whatever's in there can evaporate out. I'm a genius? Am I? Remind me, how big are threepenny bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2 centimeters measure significant? I had no idea if that's right, but I think you probably are. Oh, thank you. Wait, let me, I think it is. Little reddish medallion. How big is this? Oh, look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression on this side, about 2 centimeters across! Ah! Or 3/4 of an inch. Ah! Do you think we did find this soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes, yes, there were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window. So we took this one. But I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Oh my god, I think I'm getting it. Holy shit. Where could it have gone? It evaporated. Ah! Okay. Yes, it is significant. Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on. Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Nope! Like asking about whether the meter can be dismantled, for example. Leave it! Let us return to the testimony. Of course, my lord. As I was saying, Altamont meters are unsurpassed. They can't be manipulated. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? The meter is designed for coins that's exact diameter and thickness of a threepenny bit. Nothing else will fit.
Objection!
Yeah! Let's go! Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, By something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as a threepenny bit. What was it? The item in question is this. What? Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap. It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. It looks like I'm gonna have to point out exactly what I mean here. What's so important about the soap is this part here. Oh shit. I had... Perfect circle, almost 3/4 of an inch, rather like something else we've been talking about recently, in fact. Mr. Naruhodo, it's this part of the soap you need to show the cord, I know!
Got it!
You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Ah! Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or, in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit. Get away! Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen. It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it? It does. The judge is trying to rob us. Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now to see if it fits. My word, it couldn't be more snug. Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded. Well, I don't believe it. She looks like a bee. So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas? Yes. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit. I must concur, at least, that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You could make fake coins in no time. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method of Mr. Shamspeare has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter. Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that can make them disappear. I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that can cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. Exactly. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room. If that is your assertion, counsel, then the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins disappear be seen? I'm assuming this. We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime just outside the victim's window. Outside? Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meataman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap. Ah! I get it! That's right. The answer, of course, is ice. But why was the ice red? Did you say ice? Yes, that makes sense, but why is the ice red? Mr. Shamspeare has been leaving soap like this outside his window each evening filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Was it tea? Maybe he used the tea, and that's why it was red. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth and spades. And his room becomes very comfortable. It becomes very comfortably warm. The ice now inside. He accidentally drank the wrong one, maybe? What do you mean by that? But also, I can't believe I got this right. Holy shit. Ice would make sense, but I didn't think ice because the medallion was red, but holy shit. And as his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. Just like that, so simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water. That's right, madam. But the medallion was red. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Maybe because... Oh, I get it! PewDiePie, hi, how you doing? Rowan, I get it. The water pipes freeze at night. Believe it, yeah. That's what Soseki was saying. So he didn't have any running water to use for the soap. So that's why he didn't drink the tea. He kept the tea so he could pour it into the soap and freeze it overnight, and that's why the medallions were red. That's what it is. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? Gonna be a whole lot more soap he's going. Oh God. And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless. I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence. Sorry? I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? I do have evidence, though. Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it. What? Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? I do. I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamspear has been stealing gas is the photo, right? Yep.
Take that!
This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspear. What remnants? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspear's room. Stella, don't do it! Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain. Almost certainly, it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole in the meter. Thought I heard something. Must have been the cat. Do it? No! The cat was gonna run her claws on my screen. Don't tell her to do that. Almost certainly, it's the water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. You're like, oh, never mind. Ah! One coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours. We can't imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins. We can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. And there's further evidence, too. Mr. Shamspear is slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half. You're right! It would appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he? Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but... certainly not. He didn't beat about the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamspear was found with a fork in his hand. A meal of soap is sounding increasingly likely to... Mr. Lord's investigation. Do you mean to say he was using that fork to... Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. Ah, but the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well. That's why he resorted to the tea. Good gracious. And there was a little bit of melted water on top of the table. Or there was a bit of liquid. So maybe that was the water from the failed coin. Lord Van Zeeks? I was throwing my hand up in despair and happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray, forgive my maladroit mistake. Van Zeeks, stop littering. There are people back there? I know. I don't know how many people have had to, like, dodge flying bottles. What is the meaning of this, Counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Well... that Mr. William Shamspear is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable. That's it. That's exactly it. Very well, let us assume the man is a liar. Now, allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well, we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no signs of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shamspear is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Ah! Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. You... What? Order! Order! Well, counsel, how does the defense respond? Mr. Naruhodo? What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? It did! Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zeeks is saying? Yeah, raise an objection. No! This isn't over! The defense will not rest! What? But counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified the substantiated and unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamspear to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Van Zeeks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what we would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption made due to a lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witness to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and just consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to reconsider, namely, was the poison in the tea? we've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There was no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection!
There's one more. Oh! There's one more bar of soap on the windowsill. We could go back and grab that. As I say, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Stella, stop that. Very well, counsel, present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea? There was one of two. Please let this work.
Take that!
Good gracious. The soap again? The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice? Yes, that's right, my lord. It just came back to me. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found the bar of soap at the scene yesterday. Hey! I can't believe I'm on the right track with this. It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins were found in the soap. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice. There was something strange about them, you mean? Exactly, something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red. I can't believe I'm on the right track with this. Ah! No, you mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. What? I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial. I can't believe I got this right on. That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspear's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I brought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result! Never will I touch tea again! Never! Ah, yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing. So, on the night in question, Mr. Shamspear, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. My word! That's why he didn't drink it. Right away. There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspear's window. Extraordinary! Earlier today, Inspector Gregson himself informed the court that if even 1 drop of tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture by finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all. Yeah! Let's go! Ah, you smug Nipponese! My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once, and the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it to determine whether or not it contains any poison. You know, but not soap poison. Bailiff! Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once. Yes, my lord. Understood. Holy shit! I can't believe I got all that! Ah! It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zieks. The entire first game, we never had multiple day trials, but... Oh wait, unless we're just going on recess while we wait. None, my lord. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. Oh my god, we actually are having a multiple day trial. This is the first one. All of them are in the second game, I guess. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim. This is the first time we're having a multi-day trial. And it's for this, of all things. Yes, my lord. None of the actual murders. Well. We managed to scrape through there somehow. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow.
Oh my god, I need to refill my water. My throat is parched.
So, I'm gonna save the game and quickly run off to refill my water. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back with my water. Let me take another big sip. Ah, okay. Wait, what happened? Where's all our stuff? Woo, we made it back in one piece. Just... Oh, this is like the day after they moved into their lodging, so nothing's up yet. Gotcha. I like got scared for a second. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There's so many carriages on the streets of London, you were very nearly flattened several times. Oh, I thought you meant the trial. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time. Let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything all right? I suppose. I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England. Working as a lawyer, I mean. And the Old Bailey, no less. Aww. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him, standing in my shoes. Oh! It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had a chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. And I still want to know what that plan is. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. Oh, I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a barefaced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Soseki-san poisoning the tea. Careful of your phrasing, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamspear than we yet know, I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? Let me see. Ah, yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's, as Londoners call it. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Ah, yes, after Soseki-san stabbed her in the back. Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Soseki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. So, we know that Soseki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspear's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspear's room that will help solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Kazuma's wishes! Kazuma Asogi. The best friend I ever had. And a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial, that you really ought to go into law, be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Such a strong breeze, I know. He generates it wherever he goes, even inside of a sealed steamship. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world, the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... He knew something! One day what? Oh, no. Never mind. Naruhodo-san? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes. He's forever in my thoughts, too. change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right, but... Yes? I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. Yeah, me too. There was something going on. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then. That's all. Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? Ah, he got the sword! Oh my god, they're jump scaring me with the sword. I mean this. His katana? I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. But he never got to hear what that was. What did he mean by something very important that I have to do? I had hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I've not found a single clue. I see. Well, I have a feeling Discount Gant knows something about it. Also maybe has something to do with what the government of Japan and Shigoku and Professor Mikotoba are hiding. Alright. Well, this is before everything gets put into place, I suppose. This spade probably just has the same spade joke as before. Our new office! I wonder what exciting adventures await us. Alright, let's see what happened at Shom's suite. 22nd February, Sholmes' suite.
Oh, Runo and Susie! Hooray! You're back!
Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see.
I am! And you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie.
Oh, you flatter me.
Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups.
Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Aha! The Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? Why do you stink? We've been in court? Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case? That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Zeek's an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes? Whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That is the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh, dear. All right, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Lord Barrack Van Zeeks. Yes. It's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later, the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit, for the time being, at least. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zeeks' own hand. As it happens, Miss Susato, that is quite impossible. Oh? Why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast-iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. And really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again.
Poor Bruno. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky or incredibly unlikable.
I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Miss Susato and myself, I felt even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zeek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed. It is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes? It was about 10 years ago that Barrack Van Zeeks chose to enter the legal profession. Hold on. "22. Okay, I mean, that's fair. That's when Apollo Justice became a defense attorney. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan." No! What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, so Ryunosuke already had an inkling before Barrack Van Zeeks told him himself. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but... Does that have to do with the Hound of the Baskervilles? The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is, of course, my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Oh my. There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris!
At the ready, Hurley.
Oh my god, her china is so cute. Look at that. Let us add a cup of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? It turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, and the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. But you've ruined the entire cup. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with that black liquid now? Why, dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes. Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science. In the world of criminal investigation, also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Sherlock-Holmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. Emma Sky's favorite topic. So, your tea test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases, then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints. Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there. I hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I am researching is skin prints. Skin prints? A nomenclature of my own design is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes, like the blood one, but for skin? As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Oh? Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues.
That's the spirit, Runo. See you later.
Yes, until later. You don't want to go with us? No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You just said so a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival.
Bye-bye, Runo. Bye, Susie.
Is Miss Green doing okay? Oh wait, she was gonna be discharged. But her stuff is still here. What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices. Oh, those two? Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily, thou art mistaken. Mistaken, my foot. You were looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that mustached villain gaveth me. Forgive me, my lady. I wish that you died from that poison. God mercy, ample lady, but thou seest I have vigor still. Behold my Shakespeare dance! This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Rowan, are you still here? This is Olive Green. Ah, lo, it is the lawyer from the land whence rises the sun. How now? I was like, these are both the people that Natsume was like accused of attempting to murder, arguing with each other. This is amazing. What are you doing here, Mr. Shamspear? Mary, I do believe I am returned unto another ward. He was looking! That's what he was doing! Looking at my terrible work! Eastern fellow, so darky clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh, well, thank you. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Oh, shit. Well, now it's a... Oh, you perfectly straightened that out. Anon! Excellent! Mr. Shamspear might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. It is not that easy, I wish. I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person. Ah, Miss Green, is everything all right? Oh, yes, I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now. Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. Absolute inhuman strength. I know, he's frightening, isn't he? So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am. Thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me. Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly. Really? Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Oh yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Mousy! Oh yeah, nothing new to look at. There is this dude here who I think will become relevant. Look, there's a photograph. Siblings or your BF? So I have a theory that the previous occupant who died in Mr. Natsume's room was this young artist, and this is the guy who drew that sketch of Mr. Garadeb in exchange for a month's rent, and then Mr. Garadeb just kept the painting and the drawing and didn't give him a month of rent off. And that they're connected somehow, and that's why she happened to be walking in that part of town. Because yesterday, Sholmes remarked that it's not the kind of town that someone like her would have been walking through. Especially considering where she lived. And the academy she was going to. 22nd February, Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. A lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, I know the score. Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window, did you find it with the tea in it? Yeah, we found it all right. And there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it! It's with the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today. That's wonderful news. Thank you. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? A compliment from Gregson? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Rare compliment from Gregson. Well, hello, sir. You actually didn't take that much time to follow us, did you? Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi! What are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems. Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised? With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. What's all this? Oh, this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Herlock Sholmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shamspeare's cup? Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of these secretions is all I need to produce this refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. There, now spray the chemical indicator about and all shall be revealed. Oh my god! Like the 5th case of the first game. Spray? How do I do that exactly? A little press of A on the area you're interested in is all that's required, like this. You know, because we're playing a video game. Oh! What is that stuff? It's like a fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator in the pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. So go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. Ooh, this is fun. Let's go. I'm gonna spray the bricks. Everything but the bricks? Huh. That box. Didn't touch the meter at all. Oh, the top of it. Well, nothing seems overly suspicious so far. I got everything, didn't I? He touched Natsume's teacup for some reason. I think I got everything. Okay. I must be missing something then, because I can't get out of this. Ah! Look, there are dozens of handprints here. There we go. Wow, jump scared. So there are a great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. Oh, it sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene, after all. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Miss Susato. It's a bit of a mystery, then. Well, maybe there's something behind the painting, is the most, logical conclusion I can come to. Look, there are dozens of handprints here, yeah. I can't go away yet. I'm missing something. Oh, look at all this here. Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Maybe that's a loose floorboard? Oh, it is a loose floorboard. Look at that. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Ooh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here? There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. Of course you do. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Loose floorboard. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we? We did. But there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprints on the floor there. And on the wall by the picture, you mean? Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. It won't be a moment. Oh! What is it, Miss Susato? Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards has popped out. One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place? Excellent work, Miss Susato. So, what do we have in here? Oi, what are you lot doing? Inspector Gregson, stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate there. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips whilst we dig around under the floor here. Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. It's not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw tatami mat. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? Oh! I'll investigate it once. He did put the box there. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. How disappointing. But then how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think of why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that. What? There you are! A print for you! Photograph of the handprints on the wall has been entered into the court record. Oh, thank you very much! His invention can make prints too? Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know! So am I! Really, nothing behind here. I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath the floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson! Really? It's been too long! What is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure! Yes, I heard. I'd kill to know what was under that floorboard. All right then, fair's fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all. Thank you, Gregson. Suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oi, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There were 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? Newspaper clipping. That sounds cool. Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving up time in Manchester. How terrible. It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. Oh my goodness, he'd committed a capital offense? Man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like. But he hidden it somewhere, no one knows where. Now he's dead. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, or some such was the headline. Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now you mention it, does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up. The capital offender article has been entered into the court record. Maybe because he was so poor he wanted to find the treasure. Photographic print. So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably— oh! It's that guy! I was right! I was right! So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. Oh my god, how do I keep figuring everything out? Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garadeb's son, perhaps? You've seen him before. Perhaps. You can take that print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah! Is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out, pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. All the more reason I'm not telling you. dismal failure! Yes, I heard. The hidden photograph has been entered into the court record. Wow, I have a few people I want to show that to. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamspear himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Caradub is rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. Tin box. Now this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty. What? Shamspear, give us a clue, man! You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, thin air. It's empty, rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder. Oh, Wagahai! There he is, baby! Ah! Baby! Oh, look, it's that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name? It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Yeah, we're gonna find out how you find out the kitty's name. Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder how he got in there. Clever cat. Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I brought for you from the cat's meat man. Ah, baby! So, in case you missed it when I mentioned it when I was playing the previous game, Soseki Natsume is a man who actually lived in real life, and one of his most famous novels is I Am a Cat. And famously, the cat that in I Am a Cat, who is the perspective the story is written from, uses the personal pronoun Wagahai. So the cat being named Wagahai is a literary reference. That cat looks so much like Jelly. Oh, I know. Jelly with a little proper boy bow tie. He couldn't be happier now, look. I just hope he brings some happiness to his owner, too. Jelly with a better personality. Oh, man. Baby! Oh my god, kneading the carpet! Ah! Stretchy! Big stretch. That was a cheeky little meow, Wagahai. Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while, and we have an investigation to get back to. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. That's true. But if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it into spring. Oh god. That's true, we don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. Well, you do have a little stove. Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there. Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted, as you established in court this morning. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shamspear must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. Ah, the ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night. During their heated literary debate, yes. Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? Sounds like it was quite a discussion. Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison. That's fiction, Miss Susato. Let's hope it stays that way. So it turns out that Mr. Shamspear wasn't eating the soap at all. That's right, the mystery of why he had it on a plate whilst holding a fork in his hand is solved. Yes, to prize his latest ice coin out of its mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two. It certainly was hard to imagine, let alone deduce. They put the fork neatly back on the table, I see. The sun never shines in this room thanks to that depressing bricked-up window. Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you? That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Mrs. Sato. Only if you plan to follow life a crime, Mr. Naruhodo. Anything new? I think that's it for this room. Okay. My 2nd February, Briar Road. Nothing really, huh? Yeah. Yeah, we're good. February, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's room. Mr. Garadeb appears to be out. Oh well. I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Damn. Where's Mr. Natsume? Poor guy. 22nd February, local prison, cell 9. Oh, Mr. Natsume is back. So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello? I am a cat. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Hairlock Sholmes. I don't know about courts, or trials, or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to? He already has, completely. So, what is your name then? As yet, I have no name. Mr. Naruhodo, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? I am not a cat. It worked! He's back in the real world! What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate! Mr. Natsume, no! This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope! Yes, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but! The Reaper is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings! Here, there, everywhere! What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss? Oh, yes, we must. When my whole life I have ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I block those out, then today, being in that courtroom was the most moving experience of my life! Mr. Locum Student Martyr, Mr. Naruto Esquire! You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea, just as we deduced, and are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea! They won't find a drop of poison in it! That's a solemn, sworn Soseki certainty! Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely! Remember, drink tea while it's hot! We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies! And at the same time, you were both completely fine. And at the time, you're both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspear then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. That rotten Shamspear! What have I ever done to him? If you don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything at all! Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what, Mr. Natsume? About the soap, of course. What else? Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live in an accursed existence in such accursed lodgings. Oh yes, you said it was because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly. Especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place and is trying to kill me! Capital offender who lived there? Wait, this is new. Capital offender? Might I ask, Mr. Locum Student Naruto Esquire, that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps? Oops. Y'all know anything about this stuff? What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamspear's room. Ah, so he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. A convicted killer and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings! What? He's already taken one young man's life and now he's trying to take the life of another! A miserable, mustache-maligned Japanese man! Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you know about this evil spirit. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now, and at the time he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's right, yes, exactly where I live now, in my very room. Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense? But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse! What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume? It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison, a man died in the room, the man who rented it after Selden, in fact. Who was the young artist that Olive knows. The poor lodger? He was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes. Well, that was the start of it. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. I knew gas had to do with it somehow. Gas? I only found that out after I'd signed the lease, of course. When Mr. Garrideb came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal! Lucky for Mr. Garrideb, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. And now you believe this curse is affecting you? It is, it is! At first, I just felt as though I was being watched all the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. And when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice! But why is your room so cold? London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And maybe that's why you feel like you're getting choked every night. I don't think that's a ghost. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspeare last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garrideb's rooms? I think it's more the gas main than anything else, guys. I also want to present this thing. Mr. Natsume, it's nothing much, but... Oh, it's been too long since I've been offered a present with that delightfully humble etiquette of our homeland. What? You're too kind, I accept it gladly. Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. Whoops. Okay then. That's it, huh? Maybe I can show it to Miss Green? She's not really available for presenting, though. I can only examine her. I can't converse with her and present things. And look, there's a photograph, and this isn't new either. It's obviously that guy, but that's not, it's not the time yet, I'm assuming. But maybe Mr. Garrideb is home and he can fill us in? Yes, all right. 22nd February, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's room. Ah, you're here now, Mr. Garrideb. Right, bally business it is for me, you know? Getting out and about. Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally. Fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss. The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such. Ah, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know? Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago, you were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened. Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business. I see. Oh, I just noticed he has a moon ring. So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh? Your lodgings and your lodgers. some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor, chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Oh, you gotta go, but have a good stream. Oh, thank you so much, Pukie Pie. You have a great evening. Hydrate. Oh, I appreciate it. I need it. Ah, thank you. Thanks to that Bali curse. The convict's curse, you mean? The convict's curse, you mean? Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here. Then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. And there was that woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. She was alive. Am I next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you? When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspear, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still. Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. When did you get here? A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why? It sounds like the lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that. Well, there's no bath or toilet included and no fireplace either. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here. Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things. In case there are any mishaps or such like. I think you've had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me, the words just came to my lips. Your lodgers. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? There's no need for that, Mr. Gyarados. That's right, Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamspear been lodging under your roof? That failed actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Only 3 months. He's quite new here too, then. So, and to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Gyarados, if I might ask? Well, it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens. Selden? The convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shamspear have some kind of connection, then? That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or other. Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time. Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face, the actor fellow. Really? Yes, I remembered quite distinctly. 'Tis small, this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspear, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor offered erewhile for rent. Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. Already have a lodger in the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant, though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee. Those curls must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor has been taken. It's ground floor or nothing. Very well, we have an accord. Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road. Lo, a Shamspear dance to celebrate! He really wanted the convict's room. That's a little odd. From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent, too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, all right. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garadeb. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say one or two words. Give me my robe. Put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know? Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then? I do want to show you this. Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Look at this photograph. Wow, he getting it. I know, right? Is that your son who's with you there? No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. So he's not Olive Green's brother, unless she's married. Maybe it is her beau. Duncan Ross. Wait, is he like Bob Ross? Is that why they called him Duncan Ross? And Duncan, like he's Duncan the paintbrush and paint? A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot just for kicks, really? Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume? I knew it! I knew it! Yes, that's right. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school, had to work to pay for it, mind, and that's how he knew Olive Green. Because they were both going to art school. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. Smell of gas that alerted me it was... Ah, yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. And once we got inside, we all bawly collapsed. Because of the gas? Yes, room was full of it. No air at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. So they were replaced, and yet they're still fucking up. But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. The stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed. Well, that's the bally curse, the convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. Ah, that reminds me, actually. Yes? About young Duncan. The night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. Oh, I know! So he and Olive Green totally were a thing. A love letter, you mean? Yes. Where did I put it now? But also, I feel so sad for her. Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk. If you'll excuse me. Let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Miss Susato, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, if you'll excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no. Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I have some idea. Can I take it? I see. That's going to play on my mind. I know who to give it to. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone. Ah! Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please! I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my colorful darling, Olive Green. I knew it! Olive Green? I knew it! I'm not shocked at all. The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Soseki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? No. Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean? Creating personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Miss Susato. Ah! Her boyfriend died, though. I'm so sad. February 22nd, St. Bartholomew's Hospital, Recovery Ward. Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news, but hopefully just before she leaves... Ah! What is it? Miss Green! What was that? What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. What? One moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all. Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you if that's all right. I don't really have anything else to tell you. All right, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh, yes, I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat. She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Oh no! Girl! No! Pink. Oh no! I'm sorry! The bottle of medicine fell down when she did. Oh, Miss Green, are you all right? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's all right. I just wasn't expecting it. How do you know about Duncan? Miss Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan, a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding. And that's what led him to Mr. Garadeb's. Yes, he told me he'd found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Oh, so she's like that because she's horribly depressed. She's just like me, for real, for real! Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad. I was starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but... would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo! Wait, the mouse? Wait! The rat just died! That was poison in the bottle! Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. What, Mr. Sholmes? I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow, watching intensely from the shadows as always. Well, make your presence known next time. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about? Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Miss Susato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened? Instead of preventing a case before it happens, that is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. No, I totally agree. All right. She was about to fucking die right before we got in here. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can. The rat is fucking dead. That mouse seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice it there before, did you? I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. You don't think... Ah, I see. You come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilled out on the floor, and the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. Ah! I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Don't worry. I will attend to the mouse presently. Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Ah! Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison. No! Miss Green, please! Please talk to us! Oh, fuck. "10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine?" Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking. It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, Olive. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no! Oh, it's all my fault! What have I done? I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection. No, none. Oh, poor girl. But there's that second thing she was hiding. This thing. It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand and in what could only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes, it may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes is about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope or the card. Oh, but that matches the envelope that was found in Shamspeare's room. It's got to do with him. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Wait, isn't that when she got stabbed? Was she on her way there? Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute, the 17th of this month? That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. The Slug and Salad, yes, a pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road? Being the street that Mr. Garrideb's house is on. Oh my god, the conspiracy is coming together. Does this mean that... Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day, when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness! So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I told you everything. Yes, I'm very sorry to have had to drag up such painful memories for you. No, it's fine. Miss Green, please, promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison. I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel. Ah! Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. And, Mr. Naruhodo? Did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspeare, Mr. Garrideb's lodgings, the convict Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we've yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway. I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis. Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean? Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it or not? Well, I fear that either way. It will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, Beric Van Zeeks. But I wish you every success, of course, and though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come? Indeed, whatever happens, I shall be there, assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Soseki-san has battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here. And so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn for all of us. Alright, I think this might be a good time for me to sign off for the night so I can make myself some dinner. But I'm inclined to continue this tomorrow and have this be Saturday instead of needle felting for this week. But I definitely want needle felt next week. So tomorrow will be our sour grapes. Oh, you were hanging out. Hello. What is dinner? I don't know. It may be a meal in the after lunch and before breakfast. You're about to slap Gaius yet? No, I'm just kidding. I have two like, oh my god, why am I blanking? HelloFresh recipes I can do. One is like pork and some roasted veggies, and the other one's like a burger. I can do either one of those. So I guess I'll look over the recipes and see which one I'm inclining to do. Cooking stream. That sounds good. Oh, thank you. Also, hey, I can't believe I'm doing this and not getting sponsored. They gotta hit me up like every other streamer in the world, right? Oh, thank you. I hope I'll have to choose and see what utensils I have clean, and that'll decide which one I do. No, thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for watching. That made this really fun. So I expect I will be back tomorrow with more Great Ace Attorney and see if we can finish the, I expect we'll probably be able to finish the trial tomorrow. I'm glad the second case is actually a lot longer than the one from the second case from the first game. So maybe that means this game will be longer in general. That's spicy. Good, because I want plenty more to happen. I want all the juice for what the heck everything is going on, you know? So tomorrow, let's see if we can finish the second case. And I don't know how quickly we'll finish it. Maybe we'll have time to delve into the third one a bit. We'll see when we get there. So I will be back tomorrow with this instead of needle felting. All right, thank you guys so much. I should probably leave you guys with some music. Oh, what? Shit. Wrong thing. Wrong thing. Here we go. I saved. Right? Fine, I'll save again. Oh yeah, I saved. Here we go. All right. Who's on to raid? Oh, lots of people are on. Let's see what people are doing. Snacko's playing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I'll just have a little glance to make sure they're not at a part of the game that I haven't seen of the ending yet. Yeah, it looks like they're doing a gym test, and I've done all that. So if you guys are okay with seeing some Scarlet and Violet, we haven't been spoiled on gym tests yet, I think I'll go raid Snackoreko. Good friend of the stream. Snacko's a VTuber who does a lot of retro games and stuff, and a lot of challenges and things like that. It looks like they're playing a very modern game today, of course, Pokemon Scarlet. So yeah, I'm gonna put that out. All right. So thank you guys so much. I'll go have myself some dinner, and I'll see you guys tomorrow with more Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. All right, good night, everybody. Thank you so much for your company. I'll see y'all tomorrow.